Hello, hello, everybody. How do we do? Oh shit, penguin pet. Okay, here we go. It's good, good. How are we doing? Let's see. I managed to fix the crashing, or at least I remedied the crashing. I'm not sure if it's fixed. Mm. All right. Peak Gwyn, hello Nathan, what's up? I'm just setting some stuff up for myself here, and then we'll get started. I managed to fix the crashing, but I mean, I don't know if I fixed it per se. It might have been that I fixed it. Hello, Great Minds. What's up? What's up? What's up? I wasn't able to crash it at least now, but I don't know. I don't want to go there and check. We'll just work on as normal as if I fixed it. I'm doing good, Great Minds. I'm doing good. So true, Lupin Reinen Index. I'm just fixing this. Bitte sag was? Ja, klar, genau. Ich spreche sehr gut Deutsch. Vielen Dank. Let's see. Let's see. We'll just do this one. Alright, alright, alright. Woher bist du? Ich bin ein Game Developer, ja. Ich komme aus Island. Isn't woher? It's one word. It's not a space. Woher. All right. So. Alright, peeps. Ah, schönen Tag noch. Ja, danke. Du auch. Du auch? Du auch. Isn't that what you say? Yeah, du auch. Okay, so I want to just remodel the taxi a little bit, or in general, sort of look at the sedan car. So you see here, there's like these sort of weird lighting artifacts that come with a car being smooth. I want to look at the sedan Simpsons hit and run. So, yeah, I mean, there's no handles. Okay. I think having like a proper... It's these textures in between, like the actual painted textures, I think make such a big difference. But this one, iconic in Simpsons, the family sedan. Okay, let's, because Mega sent a pretty cool... Tired of streaming to zero. Dude, I'm tired of streaming to kick. That's what I'm tired of. Where you stream on Kick? Yeah, because I have like I'm using Restream.io, which affords me 3 slots for streams, and I was just sitting there not using the 3rd slot, so I was like, okay, what places do they offer? And one of them was Kick, so I was like, yeah, sure. Dude, I wish so as well, but yeah, they got me banned there. I'll check it again. I don't know. I don't know why they did it. It's just like with TikTok, the big problem is that there's no transparency. They're like, "Yep, you're not going to be able to stream anymore, and we're not going to tell you why. You have 30 days away." Oh, I have appealed every single day, dude. Every single day. I even made I even made recently yesterday. I asked for streaming rights. I'll just do this. YouTube. I asked for another account because I have another account with like 100K followers or something. So I tried using that one, and it's just instantly blown off. I think I'm gonna try to link to my YouTube instead of Twitch because I was restreaming from Twitch. I just applied again. How big is the TikTok audience? I think I have like 100K followers or something. 200K followers on TikTok, I think. I don't know, I forget. It's something like that. But I mean, TikTok doesn't give a damn about followers. Like, that's the big problem with TikTok is. Hello, amigo COD rep. What's up? So we have the... I don't think... Yeah, because it's the sedan, right? Hey, yo, this looks awesome. The fuck? They're like duplicates? Like, what causes this? You'd think there'd be like overlapping meshes or something. But there's not. Okay. We select the sedan. And just re-import, I guess. No, okay. What is your deal? Maybe it's rendering too many materials at once. That can happen sometimes. No, okay. It's 11. Very strange. I mean, this one's fine. You know, we'll just open, don't save, and then we'll open Penguin Springs again. You're using Unity. Ah, yeah, good observation. I am. Yeah, okay, there was just some weird little thing. Okay, but flip. Is it easy to develop games? No. It is extremely difficult, and not only is it difficult, but it's also dangerous. You put yourself at physical risk when developing games. Chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, chronic butt pain. List goes on. I don't want to go into too much detail. I might scare you away, but gruesome. One of the most difficult things in life. Yep. I knew a guy, he was in the military, and he said to me, man, the stuff we do in the military doesn't even compare to 1% of what you do as a game developer. That's what he told me. I said, true. Even though I'd never been in the military, but he was speaking truth. Wow. Yeah, that's true, Anshu. That's true. I mean, that's instantly a bit better. But of course, there's no freaking door handles, which probably a good idea to fix that. Yeah, if you're searching for real pain and suffering, guys, just go make a game. You guys say like, huh, life is a bit too easy. Go make a game. You'll know what true pain is. Like, why can't you copy? You can duplicate vertices, I guess. You know, a few years ago, my cat died. My pet cat died, and I was really sad about it. But then I remembered that I was still working in game development, and all of a sudden, I didn't feel so bad about my cat dying anymore. Because the sadness I felt from my cat dying paled in comparison to the sadness I felt from being a game developer. The pain. True story. True story. How old are you? I just turned 27. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday! I mean, now you guys are probably thinking, there's no way he's that old. He's got all that youthful energy. Well, that's because I drink so much green tea. Oh, shit. Getting a phone call, guys. Probably someone wishing me happy birthday. Be right back. Okay, I'm back, guys. I got a phone call. So never stop working on game. Yes. Hello again, Mr. Oakley Bean. I am making a car. I'm making a taxi car. Is there a way to copy a color? Shit, you have to do it like that. Uh, I guess deselect. Ah, shit. Going well. I'm just tweaking the taxi a bit.
I am Rich Rick.
Well, thank
the
you.
richest penguin on this side of the
Hell
equator.
yeah.
Alice_Varia
I'm
cheered
rich.
300 bits. Here have
Oh my god.
last 300
The hat looks so
bits
weird
corn.
in this light. Wait, 1 second. Opening Twitch again, because the... A chef. I'm making a Penguin GTA strikeout. Hello, Yasko Gaming. What up? You finally swapped engines to Unreal Engine, and I found out I don't understand crap. Yeah, just don't use Unreal Engine, buddy. That's my my tip. You get that one for free. Nice. What game you're making? I'm making Penguin GTA. I was like, why? In my opinion, look, why are you using Unreal Engine? Like, what exactly are you trying to do with Unreal Engine? Because if you can't answer that question, what specific features you're trying to even leverage from Unreal Engine, I don't think you should be using Unreal Engine. I don't. I want to see, because Mega sent he sent this one. This is the one I want to try to... Yeah, I think having it be separate is better. You're really diligent. Is developing this game your main job, or do you only work on this? This is my main job. This is what I do. Unity is banned in some places. That's crazy. All right, I can't just do that. Is Unity lightweight to develop on? Way more lightweight than Unreal. I can say that, but I don't think any sort of large scale 3D engine is not going to be lightweight in that sense. Can Unity handle big open world game? Any engine can handle big open world games. Using the term any in a loose sense. Of course, if it's a freaking shit optimized game engine, it won't handle anything. But assuming it's a competently written engine, which is the case for Godot, which is the case for Unreal Engine, which is the case for Unity, which is the case for Game Maker, and so on and so forth, any of those game engines can handle a big open world game. What matters there is not the freaking engine. The engine is not going to make or break the fact that you're running a open world simulation. What matters there is how you optimize it. Right? That's all that matters. The game engines is not going to make an open world run well for you. If you use no planning to make your freaking open world MMO, it's gonna run like garbage. That's just how it is, and that goes even for freaking FPS games. I've played 5 GB downloads of Unreal Engine games made by indie devs that run like absolute garbage, and all you do is walk around in a hallway. I don't even know how that's possible, honestly. I don't even know how that's possible, but people manage to do it. We did get Penguin GTA before GTA 6. Yeah, but the thing is, like, Unreal Engine file sizes doesn't have to be crazy. The only reason they're crazy is because, you know, people don't look at what they're working with. And I think part of it is like this pop culture discussion around, like, how game engines work. They're like, oh yeah, Unreal Engine 5 gives your game free performance, and it's like, no, it doesn't. It provides amazing tools for providing great performance for like what do you say, photorealistic AAA games. But your game is not gonna run any better because you're using nanite when you don't even know how to make a freaking model in the first place, and it has like, I don't know, 10 different assets, because I don't know, it's like using a freaking sledgehammer to hammer in the nail, right? That's what 99% of devs using Unreal Engine are using, a freaking sledgehammer to hammer in the nail. They don't need it. They're not leveraging the features in the right way, and they end up with like a bloated ass shit build that runs at 20 FPS. How long does it take to learn game development? I can't answer that. It depends on what you're making, how you're making it, how large a scale that you want to make it. It's like there's an infinite amount of variables there that I just can't answer that question in good faith. But let's put it this way. Okay, I can give you an example. I released my first game on Steam in 2020. I started learning computer science in university in 2017. So that's 3 years of doing computer science up until I released my first like game on Steam, paid game. And then I released this game, which I'm working on right now, in 2021. And this game has done me very well and has let me be able to work in game development since. But I started using Unity. If we're looking at when I started using Unity, that was back in 2013, 2014. That's when I first started using it. But again, would I say that it took me freaking 7 years to learn how to use Unity properly? I wouldn't say so necessarily. I was dabbling in it. I was playing around in it, but I wasn't actually sitting down trying to finish games. I was chronically, just starting and closing games. New project, which is what most people do. But yeah, it wasn't until I was in the computer science program that I actually started taking it a bit more seriously. Wait, how do you put games out on Steam? You just put them out there. You pay $100 and then you put the game on Steam. Pay $100, go through the review process, and then put the game on Steam. Actually. Is it still called Sedan? Yeah. See you later, buddy. All right, let's put down the taxi here so we can reorder this shit. Would be this is the Penguin GTA game I'm making. No, it's not Roblox. It's my own it's in Unity engine, and it's my own game. Thank you, Apple. Appreciate it. Looking pretty based. I mean, I guess the thing is, this one has like a... Wait, how did the taxi used to be? Yeah, it's like yellow then black. That's gonna be nicer. What games have you done? I have made 3 games on Steam. 3 games I made. So there's The Walking Fish, Penguin Heist, Detective Penguin. Those are the 3 games I've done. Look up Penguin Heist on Steam. I'm gooning again to you. Alright, AJ. Can you write their links in chat? Just search Penguin Heist on Steam. Can I help? No. I don't need any help, but thanks for the offer. I have no idea who Schoolboy Runaway is, but you cannot help now. Yeah, thanks, dude. Thanks, buddy. That's the thing. I don't know if I want to have like metallic. Penguino quitting YouTube. Who's Penguino? Looks good, looks good. We'll have it like this. Gordon Penguin, yes. That's me. Okay. We got some nicer taxis now. Recipe for today. Well, yesterday we were fixing. Is this carp not like? Yeah, it doesn't have light map UEs. Okay. I'm not sure exactly. I wanted to fix the car, which I did. So. But I'm unsure. I think we can polish up the taxi job a bit more, or we can check on something else. I think actually I want to make it so you can actually decorate in the apartment, because that shit wasn't working. But we'll just boot up the game and see how it feels to drive around in the taxi. Catch a vibe, you know? But it's so hard. QZ. God damn it. What's up, Xeno XT? What's up? What the fuck? Yeah, I think the problem is that I'm just taking like random paths. Yeah, I'm not initializing AI anymore. I'm back, bro. Bro, add some sunlight when it's evening. Do you know how absolutely stupid that sounds? You know, absolutely, entirely, and utterly stupid that sounds? When it's evening, there is no sun. God damn it. What the fuck? How much subs to do face reveal? 10,000 subs. Actually, scratch that. 100,000 subs and I'll do the face reveal, guys. Promise. FJ Gaming and more. Why? All right, I want to, yeah, so we're going to check the car. I think I want to do a rotating mini-map. Oh, I meant when, like, when the sun sets. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. There, I mean, there's a... Yeah, I mean, this looks way nicer. Before it was just yellow car. Now it's like, ooh, yeah, fancy taxi, you know? I'm on duty. Get off the road. Taxi on duty. Yeah, no, there is a sunset. Get in. Ah, shit. Get in. You're welcome. Next passenger. Shit. Is there any missions? No, it's not mission-based game. This is more like a life simulator. It's not, you know, not like GTA that has a story or anything. God damn it. God damn it. Yes, it is open world. Ah, shit. Okay. Let's see here. If we just... I want to see what happens if we rotate the mini-map. Is the taxi more crash resistant? Not really, no. The reason I'm still having it like this is because I just want to see that like braking cars work. I'm not prioritizing. Yeah, so the penguin doesn't rotate. The look doesn't rotate. Okay. We can rotate the frame. Bah. God damn, it's cold in here. I'm just gonna use the men's room. But yeah, I did redesign the taxi, as you can tell, Guffly. I'm a Gooply, sorry. I made it so it's more like Mega's design. You can send a... Actually, what you should do is you should screenshot the stream and show me as if I'm working on the taxi and send to Mega or like at Mega in the chat and say like, I think he's plagiarizing your design or something. I think that would be hilarious. That's gonna be a great meme. So like this is the taxi design. And it's like act as if I'm working on it, you know, you're just screenshotting it and it's like you're like, oh Mega, I think he's stealing your design. Anyway, be right back. I'm just gonna use the men's room. Okay. Let's see. I am going to fix the right. I thought okay. Hmm. So I think it's the furniture manager. And then a can place. Property manager. No, it's the storage, right? You tried to install Unity? Yeah. Yeah, I always get the premium viewers. Shorts viewers are cheap viewers. Twitch viewers are expensive. But when I launch it, it gives a bunch of errors regarding the packages. Just in an empty project? There shouldn't be any reason for errors in an empty project. Or like did you install Unity fully and did you open an empty project? Is that what you did? Yeah, the spawn is literally in the ceiling. Okay. Although the spawn is... Hello, StreamHub World. See, I don't even know, is StreamHub World a real person? Because StreamHub World shows up in my stream once a day and drops like an emoji, but doesn't say anything else. So I never know if StreamHub World is like a real person. Because if so, StreamHub World is my only viewer on Kick. But I have no clue. Yeah, what? Yosko. Can you explain the problem again? Did I write something down? Fix disconnect when in car. Yeah, that was also something. All right. Yeah, well, I mean, Unity is split into, you know, basically like you have the Unity engine, right? And the engine has built-in features, bunch of built-in features. But in order to not bloat the engine with a bunch of things, you know, this is what sets Unreal Engine and Unity apart in a big way. Unity has this thing called the package manager. And what the package manager does is it allows you to sort of in a modular way download and add to and remove components. So if we look at window, package management, package manager, and we can look in my asset, Unity registry. These are the sort of built-in packages that Unity give you just for free. And it's, you know, it's a whole bunch of packages that all have different things that they do and stuff. Now, I don't know, like, are you getting errors? Like, an error doesn't necessarily have to be malicious, you know? It doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing to get an error sometimes. But if you're unable to, like, do anything, then that's bad. But, you know, if it's just, like, you know, you boot it up and you get an error, it doesn't necessarily have to matter. But in any case, like, all these packages, I think some come, like, you know, like these built-in, you see? Like, even the built-in packages that are enabled on default, you can disable those, which is quite interesting. But that's how you can make your build really slim if you know specifically that you're not going to use stuff. It's cool that they allow you to do this, is basically my point. Cool that they allow you to do that. But, you know, it's good to get familiar with the package manager, because that's how, you know, if you ever end up buying an asset or downloading a free asset or whatever, that's how you'll access them through packages like that. Generally, I mean, sometimes you just have like a folder you drag and drop into your project, but generally using the package manager is the better way, because it allows like auto updates and stuff. Okay, let's see if we can decorate this apartment now. Shit. And then we can debug the actual Been a while since I coded in Java. Well, this is C#. Is the chat delayed, Mastermind? I don't know. I can try. Could be it's delayed. Proud of you, buddy. Keep grinding. Yeah, thanks, dude. Yeah, I don't think I can send chats here, can I? Restarted your router? Damn. Oops. Let's see. Get property acquisition. Maybe the spawn point has to be like... No, Java is going to be more than enough to help you along. I mean, if you're learning C#, you're not... the thing with game engines is you're not learning the language, you're learning the game engine, right? Coding .NET C# is an entirely different beast than coding Unity C#. Just in the same way that coding entity component system using C# is entirely different from coding an object-oriented system in C#. Is this Blender? No, it's Unity3D. Means that it's trying to spawn it so high. I wonder, can you still like decorate? No. Good. Okay. Maybe there's something in the shop table. Well, I have 2 glass tables. I need a some of this stuff. Floodlight. Pizza, yeah. Soda machine, hell yeah. That one doesn't work. Where's my glass table? I bought a jacuzzi there. Nice. Oh. Well. A beautiful apartment, eh? What do you guys think? I'm a bit of an interior decorator. Okay, let's make the minimap spin. Wait, what the fuck? I guess it spawned in the furniture and then just removed it instantly because it wasn't... Okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah, well... Whoa. It's a beautiful sunset in Penguin Springs. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. As one sun sets in Penguin Springs, another one rises. As the sun sets in Penguin Springs, the dark moon rises. Okay, let's see here. Huh. Interesting. There we go. Road to PP is going very well. I just added this mini map, which is now rotating functionally. But we'll see if the positioning works. Seems like it's working, yeah. Based. I also added this taxi job. Also pretty cool. Radial like a mini map, or yeah, I get it. Yeah, I did this in one morning, actually. I didn't expect it to go so well, but I'm leveraging, like, Penguinized has this built in. I don't know if I can actually access it. Yeah, it has this built-in map system, which uses a texture overlaid onto the world. Uses that as like a reference coordinate system, and then transposes that like as a normalized coordinate and brings it over to the UI, which works fine. And then I was like, how do I put that in the context of a mini map? Well, basically I take the same shit going on here, put it in a circular, this is like a circle texture that's masking out the map. So underneath here, there's a map being rendered. I shift its position to always be centered on the player. And then now I added this so it rotates along with the direction of the player. And then for these points here on the edge, so these points on the edge, like goals and stuff, how I render them is I will draw the position on the map. So wherever it's supposed to be drawn on the map. And then I find the vector going from the player towards where the actual position of it is. And I clamp the magnitude of the vector to be the distance of the minimap itself. So then it doesn't render any further than the absolute edge of the minimap. Yeah, I think, you know, having worked in Penguinized now for so long, I'm getting really confident in like reusing the stuff I already have. That's all that I did for Detective Penguin, for example. It was all like trying to be as clever as possible about reusing. And it's the same thing for this game, you know. I'm trying to make GTA, and part of the reason people don't make GTA games these days is because the front load, you know, the front load of all the work that you have to put in is insane. But we already did so much front load in making Penguinized, and now we have all this content to make a GTA game. But I want to look at the sort of velocity of the player, but because I want to try to make it so the minimap zooms out a bit. I want to make it so the minimap zooms out a bit when you go faster. But I think I might have to do like the average across frames or something, which shouldn't be too hard. I could use like a queue or something and look at like, I don't know, I could do the average across like 10 frames or something so that it's smoother. But yeah, I mean, this taxi job is very satisfying to play. Now with the rotating minimap, far easier as well. Oh shit. I wonder how they feel about the fact that the guy driving their taxi is literally in a robber suit. You're here, ma'am. Hello, BHS. Look at this, look at this. Oh my god, where'd he go? Pidgeguin! Pidge! Where are you? Pidge! Am I late? Yes. I need to see where he went. Yeah, he's somewhere on the bottom of the ocean. I'm assuming quite far away. Yeah, oh my god, you see that distance? That's some insane distance, dude. This is Pidgeguin. He got run over by the car. He was over here. That is some absolute insane distance. Turn the graphics to max. What are you talking about, VHS? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Turn the graphics to max? What are you talking about? Okay. So let's see. We can do this. So we have the player LOD position. So we'll add the private 1080 ultra phenomenal HD. I'll turn you to 1080 phenomenal ultra HD BHS. It would be a queue, right? Yeah. You'd have a queue of floats, which is the player self player velocity. There's a new queue, and then here, if is minimap. This is wait, rotate minimap, and this is center minimap on player, and then scale minimap player speed. So what we do I think technically we should be scaling then moving and rotating, so maybe we should just do that, but let's do that. Var player position, and then we also need previous private vector 3 previous player position, or rather vector 2, because we want to have it be explicit that we're not working with var player plus vec2 equals. The code looks like code to flowchart. What does that mean? Okay. Var delta equals player position so it's from to, right? Yeah, or to from. It would be to from player previous player position, and then dot square magnitude. We'll just do a linear magnitude because I think the square one might. Only you know? Okay, well, let's see about that. That other fish. Let's see about that. You're watching on Shorts, right? So screenshot that. And then we, what is it, alt space? Yeah, here. We can add file. Add files is unavailable. Okay, so we add this one. And then we screenshot this. My chatter said this. What the fuck does he mean? Let's see what the AI says. They're joking that your code visually resembles a flowchart, not in functionality, but in the way chunks of code are grouped and spaced out. The ellipses they typed are them pretending to draw the flowchart's dots or nodes when they said, only I know what it's mean. They're basically playing up the idea of that whatever flowchart they're seeing in the code is some private mysterious login. Yeah, the AI doesn't know what you mean either, dude. The AI doesn't know either. Not even AI can decipher your gibberish. Self player velocities dot on queue delta, and if self player velocities dot length is bigger than, we'll do 10 dot queue. Okay. So that maintains 10 velocities at all time. And then we'll say that previous player position equals the player posture. Back to. Okay. And then, so now we have the player position and the average across 10 frames. Var average velocity equals self player velocities dot average v, and I think just v. Yeah. So that's the average velocity, and here comes the part where we have to transfer that to a scale. So var target scale equals because we're transferring, I guess we're normalizing it between two values. So var normalized speed, or transposed speed rather, transposed speed equals no, we can normalize the speed. Normalized speed equals we can do math f dot clamp. So we clamp the speed from normalized velocity, sorry. So I don't know, we'll just do like, we'll start with something like 0.1 f to 1 f or something. Not sure. And we'll clamp, yeah, it's the average velocity. So that's the normalized velocity. Of course, you would var min vel equals 0.1f, var max vel equals 1f. You clamp the values and then you'd subtract minus minimum velocity and then divided by max minus min vel. That would give you the normalized velocity. So that's a value between 0 and 1. And then the target scale would be, we can just say var min scale, minimum scale, which is 0.4f or something. Min scale plus var added scale equals, I think it's smaller is bigger, so we can do 0.2f or something and then just subtract added scale multiplied by the normalized velocity, and that should give us I think we need to have it be locked to the camera and not the... It's either that or, you know, smooth it out. But I think locking it to the camera makes more sense. Oh, that's the target. We're not scaling anything yet. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, so then we have the... this parent rect and parent rect dot local scale. No, it's not the local scale of the parent rect. It's the local scale of the of the map image. Call it map rect. And then var map rect equals that. Map rect dot local scale equals target scale. New vector 3. Yeah, it's zooming out. But then we can just set it to a default value that is a bit more like that. And we can see what happens if we drive. Okay, so minimum velocity can be something like 0.05 and maximum velocity can be something like 0.5. And we can not only do that, but we can say minvel equals vehicle, I think it's vehicle controller. No. we can do this. So we can do a public static instance local vehicle entity, sorry. And then, whoa, hello, big BL. Are you from YouTube? No. And we can say this on enter. And on exit. Let's try it again. Ooh. So now what should happen? Exactly. Zooms out the map when you very nice, very based. Ah! Go, 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 go. Woo. Woo. Hey, you broke my car. For that you will die. Oh, actually? Arguably yes and arguably no. In some way yes, in some way no. I'm trying to make it more optimized for old PCs, but we'll see. We'll see. Whoa! Whoa! No! Okay, so I need to stop this guy. It ejects them all into the same position. That's the thing. Hello, I am an e-interviewer. Okay, exciting. I have some questions. I'm ready to answer. Everyone, get ready. I'm getting e-interviewed. Var dir from center equals passenger. How does it feel to be the first penguin to make games? It feels great. Feels awesome. You know, everyone said there's no way you're going to be able to be a penguin who makes games, and I showed them you can be a penguin who makes games, despite the fact that I don't have any fingers and I often hit 3 keys at once instead of just 1 because my flippers are so big. But you know what they say about penguins with big flippers? They have a big heart. Wait, let's see here. So we have the... Did your penguin family encourage you in becoming game dev? No, in fact, they disowned me. They said I was a shame to the family. They wanted me to become a fisher gwyn, you know, as everyone else in my family was. They said, you know, at this point, we just wish that you'd kill yourself, honestly. That's what they told me when I said I was going to become a game developer to them. But they say if you continue down this route, you will have put a permanent stain on this family's name, and we want nothing to do with you. Which, you know, that's their opinion, I suppose. And that didn't demotivate you? Not at all. Not at all. Tell us, what was the base idea and what are your goals for this game? Base idea was Penguin GTA, and my goals for this game is Penguin GTA. No, it's a Penguin Life Simulator. It's all about, you know, living life as a penguin. There are too few games that let you live a true and honest life as a penguin. Club Penguin was the only one that came close. But, you know, that game was 2D. Old game. The technologies used to simulate penguins back then were outdated already when it was released, and I'm trying to just bring that game to the future. Stop! True and honest, be careful, you could invoke the curse. Hey, I'm a genius. What was the curse? Would you sell it to your penguin brothers or gift it to them? No. I hate my penguin brothers. They wish death upon me. Stop! No! Hell yeah. Did he say true and honest? I forgot. Okay. I'm not intently familiar with his quotes. Honestly, I don't even know his lore. All I just know is that, you know, yeah, the vehicles are destructible. I want them to not just blow up and disintegrate into nothing, but I made it so it used to be that when you exploded a vehicle, the AI in the vehicles just, you know, they wouldn't exit. They would just disappear with the vehicle. But now, let me just reload here. This guy in the car now, he's gonna get into it, you see. But what I want to do is also that they, you know, when the car explodes or whatever, I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it, but I want to make it look a bit nicer. In any case, the minimap. Yeah, thank you, Amine, for the interview. The minimap rotates. I guess you guys can't see that if you're on shorts, but I can move it into view. So the minimap rotates now. And also, it scales with speed. So when you speed up, it zooms out. I did like an average of your velocities across 10 frames. But also, when you get into a car, it instantly zooms out. So you have a bit better of an overview when you get into a car. So it's way easier to... True and honest. Well, true and honest, I mean, that's... I think that's just two words that display good character. So in my mind, that's not necessarily something uniquely him. I would imagine honest and true, true and honest. I think those are quite common things to say. Right, so we have that. NPCs leave the car when you blow it up. It seems like cars are in general a lot better at driving now. I think because I corrected the pathing data and I also updated the taxi model so it looks nicer. I used inspiration from Megadega's taxi sketch. It used to be that the taxi was just entirely yellow, but he drew this, and I was like, shit, that looks nice. So I took some inspiration. If you like the jetpack, I'm gonna show you. We have another one. Well, actually, I think I might have to like reset my inventory if I want to put it in. Actually, I think items overlap, so it shouldn't be an issue. Let's see here. Wings of Death. Oh no, they don't. No, they do, I think. Yeah. Look at this one. Arr! Death from above. It's yeah, insanely stupid. Sorry guys for blowing up your ride. They just get out and walk somewhere else. The Canadian geese noises? It's me screaming. I recorded it. My scream. Okay. A little too OP. This one? Yeah, I mean, it's you have to keep in mind that this game, like Penguin Springs, I'm gonna rebalance all the items for this game specifically. In Penguin Heist, it's fine, which is the game proper, you know. But Penguin Springs, since it's more like a life simulator, is supposed to have a bit more realism. I'm gonna be severely, like, ruining the quality of many of the weapons. Because too many weapons in the game are just entirely... Yeah, look at this. Screen space reflections, dude. Beautiful. So... Hello, Resin Medias. What's up? I can't do it. Okay. What was I saying? What was I gonna do? I was going to... Shit, I forget. Well, I fixed the apartment thing. Right, appreciate it, Resident Medias. Well, what I'm working on right now, if you like Penguin Heist, I'm telling you, this one's gonna be... It's like Penguin Heist, but way better. So basically, I'm working on Penguin GTA. It's taking all the stuff in Penguin Heist, but I'm putting it in the context of this GTA style game. So it's like a life simulator, multiplayer life simulator, where you can have your own house. So you know how in Penguin Heist, the housing stuff, it's separate, you know? In this game, it's all integrated in the world. So this is my apartment right here. So this is my apartment, and you can like open up the house decorator and you can put down furniture, you know, all that jazz. So just like in Penguin Heist, except it's all in world, all multiplayer. You have cars that drive around on the road. AI cars specifically. You can hijack them. So I can get this car. It was being driven by this fella. You see, I hop in the car and he gets kicked out. I own the car now. So here I can take this car, kick him out. It's a taxi car. Pretty cool. But cars have soft body physics, so they actually like deform on crashes, just like GTA. The gun store in this game is actually a physical gun store in the world, so there's no more like, you know, how in Penguin Heist you have to like plan the heist, you have to like select the weapons before you go into the level. It's not like that. You buy the weapons in the world. Same with clothes. You can get jobs. So if I want to be a taxi driver, I can go up to this guy, speak to him. I get a job contract, sign the contract. I'm now a taxi driver, so I'm allowed to use the taxi cars. I get into the taxi car. There's now a taxi UI. And you can see on the mini map, it starts showing up these penguins I can pick up, these taxi targets. So this guy needs a ride. He hops in my car, as you see. And I just simply deliver him. So, yeah, this is very much work in progress, but it's moving quite quickly. It's Penguin Heist, but it's, yeah, it's gonna be Penguin GTA. And it's all multiplayer, all, you know, all real time. There's going to be like Penguin Heist has 8-player multiplayer. I want to have at least like 20-player multiplayer in this. So it's going to be, you know, these big servers, lots of stuff going on, and you're going to have like different routes. If you want to be a civilian, you can be a civilian. You can work civilian jobs. You know, you can be a taxi driver. You can work in a grocery store. You can work in like as a fisher Gwyn or something. But if that doesn't fit your style, you can also become a criminal. You can like rob banks, rob gas stations. You can like sell illegal substances, like make and sell illegal substances. And then there's going to be like a cop system. And it's going to be quite wild. So, big project. But I'm confident we can do this. So far, so good. Except these cars are running over the pedestrians. Which, you know, that's kind of sad, but... yeah, if you like Penguin Heist, I think this is definitely going to tickle your fancy. This is like Penguin Heist on steroids. Not that Penguin Heist wasn't already on steroids. But this level I'm in right now is a testing level, so very sort of incomplete. However, I think we should add a cop car. I think we should add a cop car. Yeah, I think it's sort of like, in my mind, every single time I post, you know, Penguin Heist content, they're like, oh my god, it's Penguin GTA. And I have to tell them, no, it's not GTA. It's like a heist game, you know, it's like you play levels and you do heists. But, you know, the further into the Penguin Heist development I've gotten, the more I've thought to myself, like, well, why don't I make Penguin GTA? And so that's what I'm doing. And we do play tests on stream sometimes, so it is like a closed beta, but you know, updates are trickling sort of slowly, and because I want this with Penguin Heist. You know, when Penguin Heist launched, the only testing that I had done was with myself and my friends. That was it. I hadn't done any proper multiplayer testing. With this game, I need people to test this game as it's being developed to see like what's fun, what works, what doesn't work, and also just to like stress test the multiplayer and all that jazz. But so far so good is what I'm saying, at least. And I have had to completely rework the entire code base in many parts of Penguin Heist to achieve this, because it's all built in Penguin Heist. That's the thing, being built in Penguin Heist. So everyone who owns Penguin Heist will get this game for free. Okay, let's think about. And also I added proximity voice chat. There's proximity voice chat in this. Very important. Never forget. Okay, yeah, let's add a cop car. How does the GTA cop car look? Where's the like Simpsons hit and run cop car? Work through a book on video game testing. Yeah, well, we'll see. Okay, white doors. Yeah, I think we'll just steal his look. Police car. Wait, how was it again? It was... I do use Blender, yeah. Yeah, I used Blender for quite some time. Love Blender. Wait, if that... Okay, I guess it would be like that then. And then that would be the base. Police car. Yeah, I mean, I use Blender. I think, yeah, first time 2014. I used it. I remember because I followed this tutorial making a fish for the blue. This is the first tutorial I ever watched in Blender.
I'm now going to move on to...
And it was quite fresh. It was quite a fresh tutorial when I watched it. So yeah. I searched Blender tutorial and this one showed up. This is the first one I watched. And I've used this fish technique to make fish for my games ever since. It's like one of the few Blender tutorials I've ever watched. But yeah, I mean, it's 10K views 12 years ago, but... Well, I'm making a police car now, so... You guys can play a cop and robber, or cop and a pigeon robber, cop, pidge, The old UI looks ugly. I don't know. I have a bit of a nostalgia surrounding this. I don't like how applying a modifier in New Blender is a drop down, which you'll see like if I go in here and I add this, I don't know, let's add like you know, displacer or something, right? The apply button here doesn't exist. It's in a freaking drop down. I don't like that. When there was no issue with having like when the remove is there, remove modifier is a button, but applying it is a drop down. I don't know why they made that change. See, apply, big ass apply button. That's neat. Yeah, Notbop would for sure be a cop. Notbop is such a copper. Pop bop. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Let's make this sexy police car, eh? So we'll copy the taxi. Hey, yo, what's up, Cop Bop? You're under arrest, robber. For being a robber. Cop Bop is not invited to the freak off, to the fish factory. On account of there being illegal activities at the fish factory. Um, Meow. What the? What the? Okay, let's see here. Um, Hey, yo, what's up, Cop Bop? Robert has been DMing me. He's asking me if I'm adding Robber Island to Penguin Springs. And I say no. I think we have to move on from that. But he's not giving up. He keeps asking me. second. Go. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Well, what is this? I think that's taillights. Yeah. I solved it. Or I mean, I made the crash stop happening at the very least, which to me is a win. Yeah, the problem is it used to be, well, I don't know if this was the issue or not, but it could have been. And it wouldn't be entirely unsurprising, but I rebaked the light maps and I'm not getting any crashes anymore. So maybe there was some corrupt model that somehow changed that caused some kind of memory leak in some way when loading in the light maps or something. I'm unsure. Maybe there's like distance and it's like switching between the MIP maps and maybe it's like sending too many, or I don't know. But in any case, rebaking the lighting. Yeah. That's understandable, Neat. Still working on taxi cabs? No, I'm working on cop cars. Yeah, it's weird, but it's also, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes that's just what happens. You're working in like a, you know, when you're working in a complex environment, it's very difficult to predict what of the moving parts are actually sort of influencing an error. Oh, right, it's different doors. Because, I mean, you can do, like, you know, divide and conquer. You can do that, but it will only take you so far. Especially, like, you know, if debugging an error every single round, every single go around takes, like, I don't know, let's say it takes 3 minutes per try or something. That adds up when you keep doing like a divide and conquer thing, and then also you get like these false positives and false negatives mostly would be the biggest issue, where you think you've solved an issue just because you're not able to re-trigger it after changing something, but it turns out that the change you did was a remedy but not addressing the core issue, which may very well be what happened with the light maps, because maybe that lightened the load in some other way, you know, given all the changes I made to geometry since baking last time. But like rebaking them maybe lighten the load in some significant way. I don't know. Yeah, I'm making a police car. But it's like, you know, in my case, my theory is like, okay, so there's this huge memory leak that happens where all of a sudden the GPU gets flooded, but maybe it only peaks at like a certain height, so I won't recognize that it happens unless I'm already sort of stretching the memory as it stands. But then again, it wasn't showing any visible peaks from what I could tell in the profiler. Like, there were no noticeable peaks that I could gather there. Not any noticeable peaks in terms of like looking at the frame debugger, I wouldn't see that it's necessarily rendering anything suspicious in that sense either. So very, very odd situation, but Hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, light maps are sort of dependent on the model for which they exist. I don't know. It's Unity's proprietary system, and I think anytime you're working in a proprietary system, you just, it's hard to say how things work. I've had issues with light maps before, and specifically that glowing thing is generally like an overflow in the light map. You know, the flare looking stuff that I sent here. I had this issue specifically with light maps before, where parts of light maps would just start glowing obscenely when there's like an overflow in some way. So that is an issue I have had with light maps. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it like overflowed. Maybe there was something. I have no clue. But this cop car, beautiful. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be as good. It's not going to be realistic, but yeah, you can use light maps. I mean, games like Skyrim use it. I mean, some games lerp between like a night light map and a daylight map, but generally like you'll bake, like obviously indoors it's trivial, and that's especially why games like Skyrim use instanced indoors, is not just for like load times, but because then they can bake the lighting separate for the indoors and have it actually look good. But you can do what's it called? There's a certain way to bake that accounts for the fact that there's no directional light, which would be like the sun. I think it's shadow mask. No, sorry, it's not shadow. It's shadow mask is wrong. That's for the static ones. You would have some sort of static GI, and then yeah. But it's like if you make the baseline, you know, the baseline GI, so to speak, the baseline static GI be like dark enough, then any sort of light from the directional light is just gonna make it brighter and nicer and more daytime. And any darkness is gonna make it, any sort of absent of that light is gonna make it look dark, and the baked lights will be more pronounced. But Yeah, it's a bit tricky. There's no straight answer there because there are many methods to do it. Yeah, you missed the door giveaway. We just hosted it a while ago. I thought I had scriptable objects here. Vehicle prefabs. That not use. Let's see. So long ago since I added the vehicles. I think it's just directly on script. Yeah. I should have just had the... I mean, if there's only the sun, you're probably okay, and I'm assuming that any other additional lights you'll add will be moving around anyway, so wouldn't really work, would it? Like in the case of Penguin Heist or Penguin Springs, you have all the street lights, all the shop lights, all the interior. I mean, you know, we want to have stores that have like interiors that you can move into. Right now it's all set like this, but I mean, this is baked right now. And if I change the time of day, this is baked lighting right now. Oops. And it's still not set to be as, you know, nice as it's supposed to be. I have like simpler baking settings. I'm, for example, not baking the terrain right now, so the terrain is actually dynamic. But if I change the time of day, like when it's night, it's kind of bright, but it's fine. But it's going to be darker at night. It is going to be darker. I have another game, Detective Penguin, where I actually got nice day-night cycle with baked lighting. But it's all about, you know, meeting in the middle. But like this is completely... If the game released like this, looking like this at night, I would be okay with that. I would be okay with that. Because again, we're talking about insane performance benefits. And also, you know, since we're not running in a deferred pipeline, we can't have an infinite amount of lights without doing some severe optimizations. But here, I mean, you can be at a super long distance from the city and you'll still see the lights, you know? And you can get this really nice like glow from, you know, for example, like maybe we have the skyscrapers and we have like actual windows and stuff. They can actually like glow onto the environment. Yeah, I was happy with the day-night cycle in Detective Penguin. But I just haven't tinkered with it so much in this game yet. Okay, so we added the cop car, I think. Oh. Yeah, I remember like Evo City had the day-night cycle. It didn't I mean, it looked kind of awkward there, I would say. But I guess it's different for different servers. But I mean, you can apply, outdoors, you can even apply some post-processing effects and tune the global illumination, or not the global ambient lighting, and you can tone that down. That's what I do in my I have this other game. I have a puffin game where the day-night cycle, like the lighting isn't baked, but at the same time it's all like flat lighting, and I'm just tuning up and down the ambient lighting and adding some post-process effect, and it looks completely realistic, as if it's actually happening, That leaves a problem for interiors though, but that's something you can adjust for. A bit tricky. Is this? Yeah, this is static. Okay. Well, we should have police cars spawning in now. I was thinking though, if it's a police car, I could make it so I could have like a tag on the vehicle, and I could have like vehicle type. And then I can say like this vehicle type should only... Adding probes is the solution for real-time lighting. So like you'd use probes to simulate light being cast onto whatever, but like when we're talking about like a global ambient lighting whatever situation, probes will only take you so far. You definitely want probes, and I would say you need probes, because otherwise, you walk up to this red light and you're standing right next to it, and it's like you're not even turning red, and it's like, is this even a light at that point? Not really, if the character's not turning red. So you add some probes there, and you get like this real-time lighting effect next to those, and then it looks amazing. And Unity has this adaptive probe volume thing now in Unity 6, which looks amazing, way better than traditional light probes. The adaptive probe volumes are amazing. I'm gonna use them in this game. I know we already are using them, I think, in Research Station. I think in every other level as well, honestly, but... No, so that's the thing though, with the new ones, you don't even need to manually place them, it's automatic. It uses some sort of algorithm to find out what is relevant geometry and adds these adaptive probe volumes. But you can see here, I think they should be working here. So this is static, static lighting. So it's all, as it is. I don't know if they work on these lights. They might work. No, yeah, they're working. So do you see how he's turning green from the light? That's the adaptive probe volume, and we didn't even touch this, in terms of putting any probes there. It's just automatic. I can bring him up to... There, he is getting light on the back. It's also just automatic. It's not as intense, but it is working. You see? Gone, dark, bright. And that's just automatic. Which, really... This is also automatic. So this is a baked light, you see? And he's getting lit by the baked light. And you get like actual, strong brightness from some of these, but the fact that it's automatic is beautiful. Princess Gaming? You shut up, Princess Gaming. But also Unity 6 is adding automatic LODs, which is also beautiful. That's coming in the next update. Automatic LODs. I'm just getting a phone call, so just be right back. 1 second. Yeah. So, I mean, I can show you a video. I saw there's a guy who did a demo with Turtle Unity's, yeah, automatic LOD. Watch this one. And yeah, I mean, this image itself just shows what it does. Like, automatically uses decimate on your models, and it does so on import.
Today I wanted to take a...
So just automatically on import, you literally just click this, generate mesh LODs. That's it. And you can say, like, you know, you can say how many LODs you want, and it just does it for you. Yeah. And then you toggle a setting in the, I think it's in the renderer or whatever. Like in the quality here, I think, yeah, maximum LOD, group level and stuff. You just set it. Extremely nice. Like you can see, like it makes good ones. I think he did, yeah, some render showcase. I think this is with the LODs on. But yeah, I mean, it's a very high poly model and runs completely fine. In any case, looks beautiful, and I'm gonna leverage at that for Penguin Springs, because in any open world game, I just haven't used LODs. I haven't used LODs because I just value my time too much, and the moment you start using LODs and you don't have an automated workflow for like generating them and assigning them, then everything falls apart. Like, you can't iterate on anything anymore. You can't iterate on your models. It's the same reason I just use raw. I just use raw Blender files for my models. I don't export to FBX, which you know, is a sin to any game developer, but it works fine. Works fine in my opinion. But some would say that you should not do that. I literally just plop in the Blender model and I'm good. Yeah, Unity has an automatic Blender import, so you can just drop in a Blender model and it imports it automatically. You don't have to export to FBX. Like all my models in the entire project is just blend files. So this one here is bassguitar.blend. It's all blend files. So if I want to edit this one, I literally just double click it and it opens it up in Blender. Yeah, I did LODs for one project and I was like, never again. Never again. I just don't care. I know that it's better to use LODs, but I just don't care. I'll just, you know, screw the people who are running at super low performance, screw those extra FPS. The only reason you shouldn't be doing this, the big reason you shouldn't be doing this, like using .blend files, is because things may change between Blender versions. So if you make a model like this, the way that it's imported and read depends on which blend version you're using. So if you export this model using Blender 3, what are we? Are we on Blender 3 or 4 now? Yeah, so if you export it using Blender 3 and then you open it and import it using Blender 4, there may be some differences in how that model appears. And also, in order to import these models, you need to have Blender installed on your computer, which is also something I've failed to remember sometimes. If I have like a fresh computer and I'm opening up Unity, it's like, oh, my project isn't working. Well, it's because I don't have Blender installed, so it can't import the blend models in the project, because Unity externally calls Blender to import these. Whereas FBX and everything is, it's like, it's essentially, if you will, it's sort of like storing your assets as Word documents versus storing them as PDFs. I would say that's the difference. A PDF is going to look the same no matter where you open it, but yeah, I mean, I think internally these you know, they get imported already as an FBX, I think, from Blend. I'm not sure exactly how they get imported, but you know. In any case. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like it's extremely explicit. It says exactly this is how you should treat me. Whereas Blender is like, it's just a save file for a Blender file. You can specify some things, but in general, it's sort of like, it is what it is. Now, here's what I'm thinking. For police cars, and really any car, I feel like I should be able to drag in... I feel like it makes sense. Yeah, see you later, Daddy Frosty. Having a scriptable object for like passenger settings. So like some cars. Yeah, I think that's the best way, the best route to go, using a scriptable object containing data about that. So you'd reference, you'd have like civilian vehicles. We can spawn in with any. Yeah. I think that's probably the best approach. Where do I have my scriptable objects? Dude, I knew. Yeah, tell me how to ruin my childhood. 1x, 1x, 1x. Public. Go Glorb. Ruin my childhood, dude. Try it. Watch the music video for what? This? How is this supposed to ruin my childhood? Plankton shoots up SpongeBob. I don't get it. You said Go Glorb. Ghost in the Shell? This one? Bottom 3. Wait, so how is it ruining my childhood? Plankton shooting each other. Sandy shooting, punching. One X, 1X, 1X1. Yeah, this is the stuff that Robber posts. This is friggin' Robber core. Wow, my childhood was ruined. Not. Look here, 1X, 1X. I don't remember you. I don't know who you are. So I can't answer. By the way, guys, I am... Oh, shit. Well, my game crashed. I was going to say, I am... My birthday today. Birthday boy. And I will be going to Sweden on Sunday. So I may not be streaming for a week. We'll see. Maybe this time I'll try to do a stream over in Sweden. But it won't be under normal circumstances. Because I would be on my laptop. But we'll see. Maybe we'll do like a playtest at the very least. Maybe, you know, I'll be trying to upload some test versions. Yeah, I'll see you all. If not next week, then the next. So, the penguinized. Yeah, the game's complete. 1x, 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 1. However, you're not allowed to play it. So, sucks to be you. Anyway, thank you all for tuning into today's stream. I think I'm gonna try to add Pop AI. That sounds fun. Police AI. Like at least some basic shit. I don't know. We'll see how far I take it. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in today. 1x, 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 1 is never allowed to play Penguin Springs. The game is finished, as you all know. And you all are free to play it as much as you want, but 1x, 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 1 is not allowed to play it and will never be allowed to play it. But yeah. Thank you all for tuning in to today's stream, and I will see you later. Thank you all for the birthday wishes. Bye-bye.